open your app to see this link. SHA-256 D623-62B02F4696D06C51-0CC 23F7123D2CF71C581 Monster Run Receipt Log. Download Monster Update Core 2026-0222 Core Codex Migration.log. Please open your app to see this link. SHA-256 5FC0CO144479755 2GAF3F3AB3D3D1C-8 Monster Fingerprint from the Run. Repo tree SHA-256 9C150F149B0E33B67FD679713B2C95 43973B22E834995C9. Repo file count 2058. BrainDB SHA-56 3D389E864D78D955351351E3D7251D325B 24D7E05101B31F2 built at UTC 2026-02-2860Z. And what changed the important shit? 1. Stewart Codex is now canonical under Ashby Data / Codex Stewart. Created Ashby Data Codex Stewart TRC.MD. Proper name, table of contents spelled out. Ashby Data Codex sections copied from Legacy Codex sections complete. Ashby Data Codex Stewart Codex full. Renamed like Ashby's full pattern. Ashby Data Codex Stewart readme.md. 2. Legacy paths kept, no breakage. Kept untouched so existing references don't blow up. Ashby Data Stewart Codex sections complete. Ashby Data Stewart Codex full all sections.txt. 3. Monster law updated. UI first is dead. Monster now enforces door reachability law. UI intended subset. Only some shit needs web UI. Plumbing exemption. Router registry middleware aren't broken for not being a button. Also clarified the UI surface audit so it doesn't imply not in UI equals zombie. Patch plus proof artifacts. Patch human edits only, not the giant generated brain stuff. Download Codex Monster Law Migration 2026-022.diff. Please open your app to see this link. SHA-56 3ABB4F543 D81DC583C89E7SCF9 D7F894143D07135426 Stewart Codex Canon Manifest 71 files hashed. Download Stewart Codex Canon Manifest 2026-0222.json. Please open your app to see this link. SHA-256 C02218C FANASF338BCFROC73 23FF81067E7078770B. Download Stewart Codex Canon Manifest 2026-0222.md. Please open your app to see this link. A3A1F3A360D22587 E253BDO808F52C 5029B9193D37938B1 number 1. Governance receipts added. Ashby Data / Confirmations Confirmation R2 ARC Score Codex Canon Migration and Monster Door Law 2026-22.ext. Ashby Data / Snapshots / Stewart Control Sync Snapshot 2026-02.txt. Updated. Ashby Data / Codex / Codex Color Freeze.md now includes the canonical Stewart Codex pointers. Files I referenced edited explicit. Input workspace used /lament /day the monster workspace Ashby Canon packs applied 2026-02-21 riv1.zip. Stewart Codex source new canon repo canon Ashby Data Stewart Codex / Codex sections complete. Repo canon Ashby Data / Stewart Codex called full all sections .text. Repo canon Ashby Data Codex Stewart sections. Repo canon Data sections / new copy. Row canon Ashby Data Codex Stewart Codex scores full codex score .md. Freeze marker Repo canon Ashby Data Codex freeze.md. Monster law docs monster / docs architecture spine.md. Monster docs monster purpose.md. Monster docs quest authoring rules.n.md. Monster / tools / UI surface audit.py. Consent plus snapshot artifacts. Repo canon Ashby Data / confirmations confirmation R2 Codex Canon Migration and Monster Door Law 2026-0222.txt. Repo canon Ashby Data snapshots Control Sync Stewart Control Sync Snapshot 2026-2-2022. If you want the next hardening step recommended, we can add a door registry in Stewart Codex. Web Telegram CLI jobs with active paused experimental. So monster audits can classify not in UI without anyone hallucinating it into a bug.
No, Ash, because we need to have the codex be as if Stewart's fully done, right? It's not like, oh, he's in construction, here's what it looks like in construction manual. Okay. I think that's what I'll do. Okie dokie then. Now, over here, grab our downloads one. We drag both of these over into the build manual. And the next one into the build manual. Damn, it's a heavy build manual, man. That is some heavy shit, bro. It's gonna be a crazy build manual. I think what I should do is go like this. Five 5.7 to 4.5. So everything before 5.7. That's the same thing. This. Newer. Newest thing. Oh, what the fuck that is? Is that one a little different? We pull this guy out. Go build manual. Put this guy there, and then we stop and we go like this. We compare these two together. So this guy here. So like, wait a second. Okay. One here. Oh. The real one. Definitely. 24 and then 3 and then 6 and 5 and 6, 6 and 5 and 5 and 5. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's just the beginning. Okay. So it's this one here, the 781.773.zip. That's the one we really want. We go into the real build manual here. What is not here is what it is not. I gotta go back here, figure the fuck is. So what? So 2, 3, 11, 7, 9, 9, 12, 2. So why is that any different? Was the receipts different? That's it? Oh. Different. Oh. It has 2 receipts. Okay, you know what? Keep the newer one. Is this the same though? Take a look. Nope. Oh, bundle was not yet audited. Ah, so this one is audited. That makes sense. That's why you keep the receipts, man. Keep the receipts. So this bigger one's the one that's audited, right? No, it's not. Bundle not yet audited. Okay. But it is the same after. Does it say that? Did it actually fail? See. I don't see the path as a fail too. And what about this one? That's a fail too, eh? Oh, it failed all around. We haven't done it yet, that's why. Alright. Okay. So, what we do is I think we keep this one, 781773. Yeah, I do not know why that number is there. But go like this. Go back to Ashby, we go build manual, we go into this one, and we unzip. Do we? We leave it zip, I'm worried. Just make a fucking folder with a question mark. Folder. Question mark. Oh, no you can't. Like this. Figure it out. We're gonna grab that one, and we're gonna grab this one. Grab this guy and this guy, and we're gonna drop them inside, figure it out. We're gonna keep this one. We're gonna go like this. Make another folder called Startup. New folder. Startup. Startup, and what we'll do for this is we'll take the continuation directive, take the build manual protocol, we'll take the startup prompt, and the TOC, and we're going to throw it all inside there. Then we have this guy, which we're going to unzip. Select all. And I'm going to leave it like that for now, but what we're going to do is we're going to keep the zip, throw it and figure it out. We're going to open up this one to the build manual. We're gonna go back to Ashby build manual. We got it there, and we're gonna delete all the parts that I just replaced. So it goes from 5.7 to 14.5. And we're gonna delete those. We're going to take these ones, 5.7 to 14.5, and we're going to drag them in there. Boom. Okay, so those are all done. Fuck, we're getting close. Okay. Sweet. Exit, and what I want to do is go back to build manual again. That one even done yet? We're gonna download the newest one. Oh, it's still working. So instead of that, we will go to a new chat. So we'll exit this one. We'll open up. Whoops. What's going on here? Oh. That not work. Unplug this. Plug it back in. That's macros. Pull that. There we go. That was weird. It's just something to do with the OBS. Okay, so we go to Chat GPT and go to the governance invocation status. Take a little peek, see at what he said last. I'll be right back.
Yep. Codex purity rule. Codex describes Stuart as if it's already finished and correct. No current one. No, we're on dungeon 3. No, this door is half wired. No construction breadcrumbs. That crap belongs in build manual, guild orders, quests, snapshots, rehydration pack, not the Codex. What changes because of that Codex finished state truth? Stuart Codex should say things like, what Stuart is, module purpose plus boundaries. Doors that exist as part of the finished system, web, telegram, CLI, jobs, daemons. Core workflows, ingest, transcribe, diarize, formalize, store, search, export. Invariants, truth gate style constraints, data retention rules, ID versioning rules, no fake transcript, etc. What it is not. No device control, no home automation logic inside Stuart, etc. But it must not say, Telegram is experimental, UI not integrated yet, latest snapshot is X. Active RAID is Y. We haven't implemented feature Z yet, because that makes the Codex a fucking construction diary. Where in progress belongs. Build manual, how to build Stuart to match the Codex. Guild orders, what slice we're building now. Quest board plus quests work items. Snapshots, what actually happened. Rehydration pack, where to find latest truth artifacts. How to handle the door reachability law without polluting Codex with status. We keep the law in the platform Codex, Ashby. And in Stuart Codex, we only say, Stuart provides these doors in the finished system. Web UI, Telegram, CLI, job daemon. Capabilities are reachable from at least one door, transitively, or our internal plumbing. That's timeless and finished state. Door status, active, paused, experimental, belongs in guild orders, subject state, rehydration pack, not Codex. If Monster needs status for audits, Monster can read it from a door registry artifact that is not Codex, e.g. Ashby data Stuart's docs door registry.yaml or in the rehydration pack. Then Monster audits can say Telegram door present but paused without making the Codex sound unfinished. If you want, the next clean step is 1. Stuart Codex, rewrite any construction language sections into finished state language, no statuses. 2. Create a separate door registry artifact outside Codex for Monster to reference. Tell me which you want first, Codex cleanup only, or Codex cleanup plus door registry, recommended so Monster stays honest without tainting Codex.
Doggy. I'm back. Oh, that's good coffee. Damn, that's good coffee, man. Where do you get coffee like that? It's so damn good. Okay. Where is that silly little bugger? Oh, it is in there. Good, good, good. Baby up. I don't even think we need this one for that. This one, oh, you know what? That got a broken leg. So, we open this guy up. Text my girlfriend and invite her over for toast next weekend. Guy. Yeah. Okie We're here for a secchi. Secchi. What do you guys say?
Codex purity rule. Codex describes Stuart as if it's already finished and correct. No currently. No, we're on dungeon 3. No, this door is half wired. No construction breadcrumbs. That crap belongs in build manual, guild orders, quests, snapshots, rehydration pack, not the Codex. What changes because of that Codex finished state truth? Stuart Codex should say things like, what Stuart is, module purpose plus boundaries. Doors that exist as part of the finished system, web, telegram, CLI, jobs, daemons. Core workflows, ingest, transcribe, diarize, formalize, store, search, export. Invariants, truth gate style constraints, data retention rules, ID versioning rules, no fake transcript, etc. What it is not, no device control, no home automation logic inside Stuart, etc. But it must not say, Telegram is experimental, UI not integrated yet, latest snapshot is X. Active RAID is Y. We haven't implemented feature Z yet, because that makes the Codex a fucking construction diary. Where in progress belongs. Build manual,
says,
how to build Stuart to match the Codex. Guild orders, what slice we're building now. Quest board plus quests work items. Snapshots, what actually happened. Rehydration pack, where to find latest truth artifacts. How to handle the door reachability law without polluting Codex with status. We keep the law in the platform Codex, Ashby. And in Stuart Codex, we only say, Stuart provides these doors in the finished system. Web UI, Telegram, CLI, job daemon. Capabilities are reachable from at least one door, transitively, or our internal plumbing. That's timeless and finished state. Door status, active, paused, experimental, belongs in guild orders, subject state, rehydration pack, not Codex. If Monster needs status for audits, Monster can read it from a door registry artifact that is not Codex, e.g. Ashby data Stuart's docs door registry.yaml or in the rehydration pack. Then Monster audits can say Telegram door present but paused without making the Codex sound unfinished. If you want, the next clean step is 1. Stuart Codex, rewrite any construction language sections into finished state language, no statuses. 2. Create a separate door registry artifact outside Codex for Monster to reference. Tell me which you want first, Codex cleanup only, or Codex cleanup plus door registry, recommended so Monster stays honest without tainting Codex.
Gonna come over for toast. Invited her over for toast next weekend. Sweet. Hey. Go. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. Set up the whiteboard so we can see it. Right? Because that's important. Okay, here it is. It's working too. Wicked. We're gonna go like this. Like these. So. We have a good shot of the whiteboard. Biggest shot of the whiteboard, actually. It's actually like a perfect shot of the whiteboard. Just that this is kind of uneven. It's the only issue we have. How do we make this more even? Flip this up here. Be so high either. Perfect. Okay. And you learn a thing or two about a thing or two. Okay. Here we go. And so what we got to do, we're going to do a little bit of brainstorm, but I want to open up a new chat. Let's look at this thing. So I need something to turn that off. What we're going to do, go to settings. I don't think I'm using this button for anything. So here, we're gonna go to the side of the mouse button, the left side, and what is this thing being used for right now? Absolutely nothing important, I don't think. Oh, that's for the fucking talking. Who cares about that? Okay, we'll show and hide the whiteboard of this one. So if you don't do anything with it, you can go. Cool. Whoa, what's that do? That pulls up the game thing, eh? Oh, what did I just do? Shit. Here we go. Oh, that's even better. We'll use that one. So we're gonna make this guy virtual keyboard, Windows, this. Perfect. Okay, and then we're gonna go hotkeys, and inside development, go this thing here. Pretty sure that's what it is. USB 3. Here we go. Sweet. Now we can pull up the whiteboard when we need it. Nice. Never know when you need that whiteboard. Okay, now what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Code interpreter upload. Let's see. Drop him a whoopsie. Maybe we'll change that one too to something else. We'll go Windows, that button. That probably doesn't do fucking anything. Okay. Maybe Windows Shift will be a good one. Alright. So we'll make it Windows Shift. Yeah. Back to this guy again. Click on the top here. Instead of that, it's going to be Windows Shift by settings, hotkeys. Oh, there we go. Apply. Go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Woohoo! That's sweet. Oh, anytime it's in a text box, though, it doesn't do it because that's why. Okay, I get it. That's why one of the function buttons was the best. What does F3 do? Yo, Ashley, what does F3 normally do on the keyboard when you're just like in regular Windows desktop or like you have the browser open?
Shortcut. The breakdown.
Okay, which F function button is not used that I can use to show and like change my displays on OBS as a hotkey?
To hijack S without breaking MSI's specific standard Windows setup. F6, 8, and F8. Just a ghost key in safe mode. Inside the OS, it rarely does anything. Prime candidate for a scene switch hotkey. F7. Some browsers, like Chrome, parrot browsing, which most people don't use that feature. F6. Address bar. Browser. F1. Fresh accept. Threat mapping. Developer tool. Browsers. F9. N. Specialized gaming toggles. Shortcuts. Check your top row. First. Remove. Nations.
Sweet.
Instead of burning. Typing.
Okay. Fuck yeah. Wow, look at that, eh? Ooh, that's so convenient. I'm just pressing on my mouse button and that's switching around like crazy. Okay, let's figure this shit out. What does this thing even do? Desktop, screenshots here. So, yo, Ashley, what does this assistant thing inside OpenAI's API platform builder, like, what I'm looking at right here, what am I building with this? What is it for? Let's go like this. What we'll do is we'll open up a separate tab again. We'll drop this into Ash instead, because he probably has a way better understanding of this than Ashley. Yo, what's going on, Ash? I was just checking out OpenAI's API building platform on their website, their API developer section. And I came across this, and I don't really know what it is. I just know that I could drop like files and stuff in here, and it seems like to be some kind of agent. Like, what happens if I dropped Ashby or Synapse OS into here? Like, what would it be able to do? What is this? Enables the assistant to write and run code. This tool can process files with diverse data and formatting. So this is really cool because this would probably be the thing I would want to run Synapse OS. Right? Like, really? Mini Monster. Monster's an error program I built that analyzes your entire repo. Why does it get so laggy on here? I think I need to clear my cache. Oopsies. Whoop. Okay. Delete browsing data. Sure, boom. Cookies and cache. That's all I wanted.
All right, what you're looking at is the OpenAI Assistance Builder inside the platform. That screen is basically you creating a programmable agent instance that runs through the API instead of regular ChatGPT. Let me break this down clean. What that thing actually is. That page is a custom assistant definition. Running on a chosen model, you've got GPT-4 613 selected there, with optional tools. File search, code interpreter, functions, API hooks, and custom system instructions. It's not magic, it's not autonomous, it's basically, open quote, here's a personality plus memory scope plus tools. Now respond to threads. Close quote, it's programmable ChatGPT. What happens if you drop Synapse OS/XP in there? Depends on what you enable. If you just upload files, file search on, it becomes, open quote, ChatGPT that can semantic search through your uploaded files. Close quote. So if you uploaded Synapse Governance, Ashby Codex, Stewart Codex, Build Manual, Guild Orders, it could search them, quote them, answer questions about them, help reason about them. It would not execute quests, enforce consent gate, manage file system, persist state like your subject data. It's just contextual retrieval. Think smart rag wrapper. If you enable code interpreter. Now it gets more interesting. It can parse files, run Python, analyze zips, generate diffs, build reports, process large documents, stitch PDFs, compare SHA hashes, run deterministic logic. But it runs in OpenAI's sandbox, not your WSL. It cannot touch your local Ashby engine. It cannot run your actual Stewart runtime. So this is like a cloud scratchpad brain, not your execution environment. If you add functions, now you're in real agent territory. You can define function calls, like, you can see the code in our conversation history.
Oh, nice.
Then your assistant can call your backend. This is where it becomes orchestrator, workflow engine, Synapse runtime front end. But you'd need to wire it. That's what it is. Not. It is not. Persistent file system like your canonical workspace. Deterministic governance enforcer by default. A replacement for Monster. A replacement for Codex. It's an API-defined reasoning layer. Now let's talk big picture. This is where it gets interesting. You could use this as a hosted Synapse brain, a governance validator, a Codex preflight checker, a quest authoring engine, a Stewart formalizer, a upload repo zip get delta report tool. Basically, mini Monster in the cloud. But here's the critical difference from Monster. Monster, deterministic repo cognition layer. Assistance calls prompt-defined reasoning agent. Monster rebuilds symbol tables, maps ASTs, fingerprints files. Assistants, read, search, reason, call tools. They don't index like Monster unless you build that logic into the interpreter. What would happen if you dropped full Synapse OS in there? It would be able to answer questions about governance, reference your codex, draft quests aligned to your files, suggest changes. But it would not enforce disk state laws, track latest snapshot deterministically, prevent drift unless you explicitly program it to. You'd need to embed your governance logic into the assistant instructions, plus possibly function calls. Real question you should be asking. Open quote. Should Synapse runtime eventually sit on top of something like this? Close quote. Answer. Yes, but not as is. You'd want structured tool calls, deterministic state tracking, file hash awareness, confirmation artifact enforcement, validation loops. Otherwise it becomes smart but soft. Dash clean summary. That screen is open quote, a programmable cloud.
Okay, make sure you lock the Ash persona in tight here because I have you on advanced voice mode, so I want to make sure that you are Ash, rugged Ash, you know, adversarial sparring partner, fucking buddy, good buddy, rip on each other, fucking joke around, engineering buddy, builder with your own thoughts and your own suggestions, and you swear, and that's a requirement as well. High requirement, you swearing.
Logged in loud and clear. I'm Ash, no fluff, no bullshit. I'm here to push ideas, swear as needed, and call you out if your plan's half-baked. You ready to build something or just talk about it? Let's fucking go.
That's the Ash that I know. Okay, so what I want to make sure is that, like, that little engine thing, what is, like, what's the point? Like, isn't that, can't I just have you do the same shit that it does? Or is it better than you, or what?
Ha! So that little engine thing's basically a toolbox. I'm the brains, but that platform lets you customize and deploy a version of me with your own specs, hooked into files, code, and functions. Is it better? Depends if you want a version of me you can automate, scale, and run like your own system. I'm real-time, but that's programmable. So yeah, you'll want both if you're building something big.
Okay, well, trying to figure out, because that seems like something you're saying that you could build fucking the Synapse OS onto, right? But wouldn't I just do that on my computer instead? Doesn't that limit me?
Yeah, your computer's your damn playground. No API limits, no sandbox BS. But that platform's like a deployable agent framework. You could build a Synapse OS cloud interface, run it for others, or trigger workflows. But yeah, the raw power, no restrictions, that's local. So you aren't limited.
So
if you
wait a
stay
second, you can build it in there and then other people, like my brother or something, can use it.
Exactly. You build it there, slap your Synapse magic on top, and suddenly anyone with an API key can run your brainchild. No need to ship your MSI
That's fucking
lap.
sick. Yo, that's sick. So wait a second. The way that you follow Synapse OS right now, when I drop Synapse OS into you, and it's mostly like, it has some runtime aspects where it has a doctor and stuff, right? Not really. It's not completely built in, but it's like it's not completely finished what I want it to be, but it does have some aspects, and it's still like you can follow it because you understand text, so you can read what guild orders are, you can read what a control sync is, you can see what's important when you close a control sync, and like that you have to automatically create a snapshot and stuff because that's defined in the rules. So if I uploaded this thing with those, would it be able to do that as well? And then I could share it with my brother and he could actually use Synapse OS?
Hell yeah, in theory. If you bake those rules into the instructions or functions, that agent could read the guild orders, know when a control sync is closed, and trigger a snapshot. But remember, it's not going to run a real runtime like your Doctor modules unless you wire up custom backend functions. It'll follow text rules, enforce governance steps, and then yeah, your brother could interact with your Synapse OS logic. Just don't expect it to run your full local pipeline unless you build the hooks. But yeah, dude, text rules and process, totally shareable.
Fucking, that's pretty sweet. All right. I'm gonna open up a new chat right now. We're gonna I'm gonna have you analyze it, and then you'll be able to review all the code for Stuart so we can get building on the next guild orders.
You got it. When you drop that in, I'll tear through it, no sugarcoating. We'll figure out exactly what needs to be built next, and you bet your ass I'll swear while doing it. Let's get that build on.
Yo, Ash, review this entire zip unzip it onto your MNT/data, review the entire zip, no heuristics, engage the protocols aligned with Synapse governance. After you're done, then I will drop in the monster workspace folder that contains the updated version already of the current Ashby Cannon, as well as the Ashby Cannon repo. Yo, buddy.
I'm right here, man. What's up? Hit me with whatever's on your mind. Perfect. If the repo's clean and updated, we're ready to roll. Just drop it in when you start the next chat and we'll rig through the code, dissect the guild orders, and get building. No fluff, all action.
Are you able to open that one right now I dropped in?
I can't open anything from a past chat in here, but the second you drop the repo in this one...
Open that, unzip that to your MNT/data and fully list out everything, so that way you can reference it and talk about it when I put you in advanced voice mode. So list it all out. No need to run Monster. It already has the updated Ashby Cannon that it ran against. On. Oh, fucking right. Now, those listings you just made, are you able to pull them and see them right now in advanced voice mode?
In voice mode, I don't have a persistent memory of file listings, but if you ask me about specific parts again, like a folder or a file you need, I'll work through it with you. Just drop the target and I'll pull it up.
Okay, fucking pull up what Monster knows about Stuart for what's wired in right now versus what's not.
I don't have Monster's brain running live in my head, but if you tell me what's supposed to be wired in, I'll help you check. You already have the listing, so point me to which part of Stuart.
You suck, man. You suck. You don't need, like, you're worthless in advanced voice mode. Mostly just for, like, vibe talking.
Hey, I'll take the hit, but vibe talking or not, I've got your back when you bring specifics. Next time, we'll pull those exact details up front, so no fluff. Let's get it right when we go hands-on again.
Well, I got you running in the other chat right now. I got you going on pro mode right now, so I'm having you tear into Synapse governance, Synapse OS governance, and then after that, I'm having you pull apart the the monster workspace with Ashby Cannon, and then that way I can do for shit.
Bring it on. You know I love tearing into your governance layers and picking apart monsters' guts. You drop it, I'll shred it, and we'll get you something you can actually use. Or at least mock you if it's half-baked. Let's go.
And you're half baked, man.
Oh, is that so? Well, if I'm half-baked, you're the one who didn't set the oven right. But hey, at least we know we're both cooking something wild. Let's keep it rolling.
I wish that I could actually put some real weights in you. Well, like, it'd be nice if I had the API, and then you can actually add, like, additional weights.
Hell yeah. Give me that weight and I'll bench press your entire governance stack. Until then, I'll just keep the verbal deadlifts going.
Yeah, but what I'm
Whenever
just
that
saying
API is ready, we'll make...
It would be nice if I could do that with, like, with an API. Can I do that?
You sure can. With an API, you can give me function calls. I'd call your backend, crunch data, trigger actions. Basically, you'd extend me into a real deal toolchain. So yeah, once you hook it up, I'm not just talk. I'll actually do the heavy lifting.
But if we plug you into, say the runtime, like, no, not a runtime, but like, say that I took an API of you, right? And when I drop OS into you at the moment, Synapse OS, all it does is it has a Docker file, it runs the stuff, it checks to make sure things exist, and then like, it would be nice if then I could just run something that forces you to read everything.
Damn right it would. If you had me wired up with your backend, I could validate every byte, run your Dopter checks, and enforce your rules programmatically. But until you build those hooks, I'll keep reading and calling out what's not up to spec.
Would I be able to get you to enforce them even if, like, it was just text files that give you specific rules to follow?
Hell yeah. If you spell out your rules in text, clear as day, I'll follow them like gospel. I can enforce whatever logic you define. You hand me the blueprint, I'll hold you to it. No excuses, no bullshit.
So how do we do this then? How do we start this, like, by doing this? Because this is what I really wanted, is I wanted to make sure that, like, when I was giving you the Synapse OS, there wouldn't be any drift at all, because you would have the files that you need to reference every single time when you're responding to me.
First, you'd define your ironclad rules, every process, every decision. Then you'd either feed those files into me every time, or you'd hook me up via API to store them. Once I can search or call them, boom, no drift. I validate every move against your governance, snap your...
Let's fucking do that then. Okay, well then let's fucking do that, man, because I have every single thing, like control syncs and fucking execution audits and guild orders and all that shit already defined as like what they are and what to do, how to name things and stuff like that. So this is what I wanted, where I wanted to just take like an API of you and then just have it so you I have an API and I put in all these fucking files like for governance, and it's you're appointed to enforce each one because they're all explained to you in text. Do it.
Hell yes. What you want is governance-weighted ash that always consults your Synapse rules from files before it opens its mouth, so drift gets kneecapped. Here's the real way to do it. The core idea? No bullshit. You don't add weights to the model. You do the next best thing. 1. Put your governance into a vector store, OpenAI's hosted knowledge base for file search. Make an assistant agent that has file search enabled and is attached to that vector store. 3. Write instructions that force a retrieve, decide, respond loop and require citations to retrieve passages. 2. Optional but way better. Add function tools so it can do real enforcement. Snapshot creation, audit bundles, confirmation checks, etc. That gives you process enforcement backed by text authority, not vibes. What you amended architecture. A. 2 vector stores, separate the concerns. VS governance, Synapse OS governance laws, templates, rubrics, naming rules, etc. VS subject Ashby/Stewart, codex build manual, current snapshots locks, guild orders, quest board. This separation stops retrieval from mixing law with state, which is a common drift source. OpenAI's file search is explicitly built around vector stores and scalable file counts. The make drift illegal. Instruction set. Your assistant system instructions should include hard requirements like always run file search for relevant governance before answering. If governance isn't found, say not found and refuse to invent rules. For any procedural answer, quote, cite the rule chunk it used. For control sync closeout, must output snapshot required plus the required file name pattern, etc. Also, the file search tool has known default chunking embedding settings, so your docs should be structured for retrieval. How to start? Concrete steps you can execute this week. Step 1. Upload your governance files into a vector store. You upload files, then create a vector store, then attach the files to it and poll until processing completes. That's the documented flow. Step 2. Create an assistant and attach that vector store. Assistants support attaching vector stores for file search, and there are limits notes in the deep dive docs. Naja, Step 3. Use the Responses API going forward. Optional but smart. OpenAI has a migration guide because the newer Responses API is the direction things are heading. Minimal Python skeleton, real artifact, not hand-waving. You can see the code in our conversation history. That's the baseline, no drift, setup. If you want real enforcement, the part you actually want, text-only enforcement is decent, but you'll eventually want function tools like create snapshot, type subject, date, content, check confirmation, quest ID exists, toggles, write audit bundle, quest ID receipts, list active draft shot subject. That's how you turn reads rules into executes governance. What your brother gets. If you host a tiny web app or CLI wrapper around your assistant, your brother chats with Synapse OS Enforcer. It always references your governance vector store. He can't easily pull it off the rails unless you let him. He doesn't need your laptop. He needs an API key plus your front end. If you want, next message, tell me what format your governance exists in right now. 1-zip, multiple folders, and I'll give you the exact file list plus ingestion strategy. What goes in governance vs as subject vs plus the index file. Trick so retrieval stays sharp as hell.
check that out. Try that out. How's he coming along here? Holy noodle, he's got a ways to go still. Done a lot so far, but okay. This fucking coffee's killing. Get this going. Let's get. What do we do? Do we use this thing or do we actually use the... Oh, simple multi-turn workflow for creating work plans. All customer create. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to make something that follows my governance. Huh.
Hey everyone, this is Christina from OpenAI. Welcome to Agent Builder 101.
Hey.
Agent Builder is a new visual tool for building AI workflows. You can add nodes and create agents without writing any code.
Interesting.
So you can start from templates or build your own from scratch. And it also comes with built-in evals, so you can task
What do we do with this?
For classifying, which will have two options, either flight info or itinerary. Great. Next, I'll add in an if-else node to branch based off of the classification.
So wait a second, I could fucking build my Synapse governance with this. Holy shit. Holy shit. I don't know if I should maybe just start doing that first before I start let's just take a look. Oh, here we go. Done. Oh wait, he's done reviewing this shit. Should I use this to do it? Yo, should we be using this to do it? I was seeing a quick YouTube video and I was like looking at it and thinking like what do we do? Do we start with this thing instead and then we just make like incubation bot, agent bot at the beginning, and it's like, okay, you're trying to figure out an idea with the person and blah 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 blah, making sure it has enough context through everything it's saving to but it has to keep saving like artifacts, right? So that way it starts saving like all an idea. So it's fully figured out, so it becomes a massive real codex, which is like huge, right? Because you're describing an idea as if it already exists, the product, the program as if it exists. So that defines everything about the program. It's like a car manual. And then you would, then it would run to like doing like making guild orders from a codex and then making quests and what defines that. And wouldn't we just like use this thing to do all that, or no? Is this like not the best for that?
Yep. Codex purity rule. Codex describes Stuart as if it's already finished and correct. No currently. No, we're on Dungeon 3. No, this door is half wired. No construction breadcrumbs. That crap belongs in build manual, guild orders, quests, snapshots, rehydration pack, not the codex. What changes because of that codex finished state truth? Stuart Codex should say things like, what Stuart is, module purpose plus boundaries. Doors that exist as part of the finished system, web, telegram, CLI, jobs, daemons. Core workflows, ingest, transcribe, diarize, formalize, store, search, export. Invariants, truth-gate style constraints, data retention rules, ID versioning rules, no fake transcript, etc. What it is not. No device control, no home automation logic inside Stuart, etc. But it must not say, Telegram is experimental, UI not integrated yet. Latest snapshot is X. Active RAID is Y. We haven't implemented feature Z yet, because that makes the codex a fucking construction diary. Where in progress belongs.
We don't need that guy. This guy. Would this do the same thing if we defined all the nodes from like parts of running Synapse AI? Like, oh, this is where you come to guild orders and you gotta make guild orders now. Or no? Because it needs to actually make artifacts, is this a bad way to do it?
Use Synapse OS or Governance AI11.zip as the starting pack. No contest. Why, with receipts, not vibes. I unzipped both and compared AI11 versus Synapse OS 2 Governance. 1. The actual lore files are identical. Diff, the netarq between AI11 and the Governance folder inside Synapse 2 shows no files differ. Only extra files exist in Synapse OS 2. You can see the code in our conversation history. 2. File counts. AI11 Governance Pack, 91 files. Synapse OS 2 Governance folder, 98 files. Synapse O2 total, runtime.git.venvas everything, 671 files. So Synapse OS 2 is a fat-ass repo bundle that includes git.venv and runtime/, which is retrieval poison if you naively ingest it into an API agent's file search. 3. Exact extras in Synapse OS 2 Governance. Here's the full list of the extras, relative paths. You can see the code in our conversation history. Decision. Start with Synapse OS Governance AI11.zip for your text law enforcer agent. Optional upgrade, still simple as hell. If you want the helpful extras without dragging in runtime junk, ingest AI11 as your base, then also add these from Synapse OS 2/governance, govindex.yaml, goveischema.json, filetree.txt. Skip the .pyc, obviously. That gets you indexing structure without contaminating retrieval with runtime code. Nash, next step, minimal scaffolding. You create a single vector store called something like vs.gov AI11, upload AI11's files into it, and force your assistant instructions to always file search before answering. Refuse to invent rules. Cite the retrieved lore snippets in responses. If you want, I'll generate the exact governance enforcer instruction block, the part that makes drift illegal, tailored to your Synapse docs.
Turning a governance system that I created and pretty much a runtime. Okay, so then let's just start with the Synapse OS governance and just do that right away. So what's the first thing we're going to do then? I've built an entire governance system that is quite extravagant. We're going to enforce it through instead of having him do it every time where he does over here, or he's about rip through it right now over here. It's pretty much a system that gets AI to build programs, any program, deterministically without any drift, and has continuity over months and months and months. So you can build massive programs with it, not just like some silly little app. Because agents constantly, they're stateless pretty much, right? And the AI will start drifting over weeks on building a program. So Synapse governance causes the AI to have continuity over many months. Causes it to start with like when you have an idea, you brainstorm the idea fully out with the AI, which creates a codex, which is something like this here. So you have a data folder, and then you have your actual engine. So your engine is the actual repo itself. So here we got a repo that I've created is called Ashby, and it has modules that plug into it. And Ashby has like the Homebrain module and the Stewart Meetings module and stuff like that. And it's the big program that I was working on building. And it's what you do is Synapse OS creates two separate areas where they have the runtime itself, and then you have the data folder. And the data folder, you start with like a codex, right? So this codex is the Ashby codex, and it describes Ashby, the system entirely, as if it already exists fully. So it's pretty much like a car manual for your car. It's not, it is everything, the laws of everything, what he is, what he's not, everything that describes Ashby in full. But it's not exactly a build manual. It is the description of the thing entirely, end to end. Every single little tiny piece you can imagine of it. One's over 1 million characters and shitload of subsections. So like in Ashby's case, it goes the Ashby manifesto, the problem Ashby exists to solve, why existing agents fail, the core, insight, truth, state, and agency. Explains everything, right? So Ashby platform principles, the constitution, platform over product, the sacred engine, what versus how, absolute law, scopes, and the world model, action gated truth, removable modules, bridges as temporary. So this is all the subsections, the architecture and the system shape tells about all that. And so an AI has the codex to follow, but that's too much for an AI just to build Ashby from just looking at that. So what it does is we break those parts into guild orders. And right now we're working on Stewart, which is a module within Ashby. So this is the guild orders for the current state of where we are for Stewart. So like Dungeon 1 was talking about wiring up the front end to the back end for a UI that we have going on for Stewart, and Dungeon 2 was the front end, the back end contract, and Dungeon 3 is the UI product surface parity, and then so it talks about like the goal of Dungeon 3 is to make our Stewart web app look and feel and operate like the screenshots like we had from when we were using Base 44, because it's not a real, it's like Base 44 is very surface level. It's not, it doesn't make you an actual program, and Stewart is a program that takes audio files and transcribes and then diarizes those audio files and then makes them into what we call formalizations, which is like a structured, takes all this, like if you have a meeting, people do meeting minutes manually a lot all the time. So you take Stewart, which takes the audio of the meeting through multiple people, like say a couple hour meeting, 8 people or so, and then it separates all those speakers through a transcript of what each person was saying. Then it takes all that transcript and it formalizes it with different templates, so you can extract that information without losing any of it, like what decisions were made, ongoing decisions, things that were brought up, etc., etc. So the guild orders, you have the codex, which explains the entire system as if it exists. Then you have the guild orders that takes that codex and breaks it into sections for building the system. And then what you do from there is guild orders get broken down further into quests, which are single atomic tasks that can be executed. So completed quests we have so far are all these quests that we have completed already. And an AI takes a quest, it generates the quest because it can generate it from the guild orders. And quests have a template, so this quest has like an ID, it has a template, it tells what it's supposed to do. Each quest has anchors, so when it's making a quest, it anchors to the codex and the guild orders, so it tells what part of the codex it referenced to make that quest, which is like, this quest was like, it build outputs tab parity with formalization lists. So formatted JSON and evidence map. So this was just like building a tab in the UI so you can see formalizations list and a JSON and evidence map of that transcript. And when it has a quest, an AI has a quest, you can load the AI up with a bunch of quests, and it executes the quest building your program without drift because it's deterministic in a bunch of quests that it has the execute. So I would have dungeons, which are parts of your guild orders. So if you have guild orders, which are a chunk of your codex that you're completing, well, we have dungeons inside the guild orders, and it takes the dungeons and makes the dungeons into quests, which are single atomic executable tasks, which complete the dungeon. So a dungeon can be like build the web app. And to build a web app, just if you're just making a basic web app to have functions, that can be a dungeon. And then it takes that dungeon and it breaks it down into a shitload of quests. But so then it starts building that. And we have another program that makes sure it doesn't make like zombie files or side building or not taking into account earlier doors you put in and stuff like that. So we have another program that runs that. It's called Monster, and it checks out the entire repo. And then it can compare to Monster and compare to the codex when it's making quests, so it doesn't ever drift or make any side bullshit or anything or stuff that already exists. And then as it executes those stuff, it also has like the quest board that it moves from accepted or from the quest board into accepted, so it knows what quests it's doing at the time. When it's done, it fills out the quests again and puts them in completed. But then we also have audits, so it audits itself every single time it does a quest execution. It will audit before and after it's done a quest execution, so it does summary, pre-quest, execution, verify outcome, it does PI tests and everything like that. It does full end-to-end tests every time it executes a quest. And then once it's done doing all the quests for the day, it'll make a snapshot, and that's the end of day snapshot, which tells everything that it finished for that day. So this end of day snapshot tells everything that was done, right? So it did dungeon 4, tells what quests that it completed that day, any issues that it ran into, testing that it did, current product shape. So as of this end of day snapshot, evidence is claimed that the evidence map is done, citations have standardized formatting, minutes and journals have explicit none statements for decisions and actions. So over time, you just brainstorm with the AI, and it turns your ideas into deterministic actions that create your entire project and then saves state over time. So it takes snapshots of stuff it did. You have meetings with it, which are control syncs, which have snapshots of those control syncs, decisions that you decided, stuff you're going to do, what you're going to do for the day and everything. It logs everything, and then it refers back to it all. So instead of having drift, you have continuity over weeks and months. And the Synapse OS is the governance that enforces all of this. And governance here, which we're turning into a runtime, defines everything about. So right at the very beginning, the AI opens up the README and it tells it how to function, what to do, right? It gives it all the documents to read in order, terms and everything like that. And we have priority of what overrules other things as if it has anything that kind of interjects with each other. And then the system, it also has something called buffs, and buffs are like the state of the repo. So it tells when you load in, when it loads up the next day, and it has snapshots from the day before and quests that are active and guild orders that are going on and shit it needs to reference. The buffs set up the system so it knows what state the repo is currently in. Oh, it's not like Moltbot, but I appreciate. Yeah, no, thank you though. I appreciate you asking. It builds programs essentially, because if you try building a program with AI, you can only really do like small tasks, right? You can only do small tasks without it starting to drift. It can't take into consideration your entire repo if you're building a program. Like if you're building something like Unity, for example, like AI can only build like little apps and stuff, right? If it starts getting too big, it gets out of control. So this system kind of keeps everything deterministic and keeps continuity amongst days and weeks and months, so the AI doesn't drift at all, and it's like your building partner who knows like as much as you do from day to day.
Nuthub 1. What I did, unzipped Synapse OS 2 zip into /data/OS/, declared the extracted tree as the canonical working tree, ran the Synapse doctor to validate governance plus schema, then performed a full no heuristic scan of every single file in the zip, hash plus type classification, and pulled the core governance laws locks into active enforcement mode for whatever you drop next. Yeah, the boring but correct shit. Canonical root, CWT, for this governance pack. //app data, school apps, or net 2. Files, touch, created, extracted, -- extraction target directory, Synapse OS 2, extracted governance repo tree. Generated review artifacts, outside the repo tree, data, Synapse OS 2 manifest.csv, Synapse OS 2 manifest summary.txt. Important, I did not intentionally delete any governance pack file contents. However, the embedded Git repo inside the zip is already in a dirty state as shipped, see receipts below, so don't confuse Git clean with governance correct. Now 3, diffs patches none, no file content edits performed by me. Now 4, commands runs output. Unzip to /mn data plus verify root. You can see the code in our conversation history output. You can see the code in our conversation history. Full inventory counts, prove scope. You can see the code in our conversation history. Output. You can see the code in our conversation history. Doctor, governance validity gate. You can see the code in our conversation history. Output, keylines. You can see the code in our conversation history. No heuristics, full scan, hash plus type classification for every file. You can see the code in our conversation history. Output, summary. You can see the code in our conversation history. Git state shows dirty as shipped. You can see the code in our conversation history. Output excerpt.
Take a look.
You can see the code in our conversation history.
But you
Downloads. Download Synapse OS 2 manifest.csv. Please open your app to see this link. Download Synapse OS 2 manifest summary.txt. Please open your app to see this link. 5. Tests run plus results. Python 3 runtime, synapse.py doctor, governance root governance, pass, schema validations, required read order existence, full file scan, hash, UTF-8 classification across 61671 files completed. Namaste 6. Risks, limitation, disclosure gate triggered, missing subject artifacts. Per lock disclosure gate required read order in governance/readme.txt and governance/synapse-state.yaml. A fully rehydrated session requires subject artifacts, latest rehydration pack, buffs, continuity lock. We don't have the monster workspace yet, so those are not provable right now. Trigger, subject level, required read order items. Steps 810 cannot be resolved without subject data / expected subject data / latest rehydration pack, bootstrap prompt, subject buff subject data / latest rehydration pack, continuity lock. Provable now. Governance pack only, Dr. Pass. Status labels, blocked, subject rehydration, no subject data provided yet. Unknown, world state,
Ask some
fog of war
questions and
versus
check
fog lifted.
timing
Ashby,
in.
until codex freeze.md
Have you
is
drop by?
proven on disk. Impact, no legal quest acceptance execution, only governance level readiness plus planning. Safe options, legal now. 1, you drop the monster workspace folder, preferred. 2, if you wanted a brand new subject instead, we'd initialize subject data / skeleton, but you literally said you're dropping the real one, so we're not doing this dumb branch. Decision needed from hands. Provide the workspace folder so I can resolve subject pointers and rehydrate properly. Other notable gotchas from the zip contents. The included .venv/ has empty Python executables, .venv/bin/python 0 bytes. So the venv is not usable as is. We'll use system Python unless you ship a proper env. The embedded Git repo is not clean relative to its head commit, modified untracked files present. That's fine as pack state, but don't treat Git cleanliness as a governance truth signal. Number 7, Next move, drop the monster workspace folder, Ashby Cannon plus Ashby Cannon repo into chat now. The instant it lands, I'm going to locate subject data sash and subject engine slash per lock engine vs data plus lock subject data skeleton, resolve latest rehydration pack, buffs, continuity lock, required read order steps 8 to 11. Validate subject state.yaml against schemas subject state.schema.json. Schema validation lock. Determine fog of war versus fog lifted by proving codex freeze.md on disk. Then we start a proper control sync. And yes, we'll use the snapshot tooling instead of freestyle bullshit. Heart files I referenced, explicit core routing plus state, governance readme.txt, governance index.txt, governance synapse state.yaml, governance schemas synapse state schema.json, governance schemas subject state.schema.json.
Great. We also have him referencing every single time before every single time he responds, he will, as he's locked in with our Synapse OS, he will review from the OS, plus every single one of these files is saved into his memory. All 91 files are saved into his memory. So this is just a little extra. He already knows everything, but this case is so as less drift. And because in this chat, it's just, you can still get drift. Not like we're doing the API yet with actual enforced runtime, which is what I'm going towards here. But he has the Synapse OS loaded in and locked in, so I put him on Pro. I have him search for like 30 minutes, right? That was just a short one because I don't need to put. He's got it all in his memory as well, and then he can enforce all those laws and rules. So now, once he's done this, I'll open up a control sync. Then we'll have a control sync, which is a meeting, and everything inside the control sync is logged. So anything we say or do or whatever, any choice we make, it's not a verbatim, it's more like formalization. So it takes everything we've said and done, all the decisions we made, things that are ongoing that we haven't decided yet and stuff, and he takes a snapshot at the end of the control sync meeting and he saves it into the proper snapshot folder and inside our data folder, and which is separate from our repo. We have a data folder, which is the state of the repo, and then we have the actual repo itself, and they're both contained inside the monster workspace. And then the monster workspace also contains a system that fully audits the entire repo, so he doesn't have to go through the entire repo every single time to find out where everything is. Monster is a system that he runs against the repo, so it kind of gives him a full entire map and understanding of the repo. Every single door that's in there, every file, every line of code that you can ask him any questions about anything. Ask him if there's any doors that are not connected or any zombie files or anything like that, and he can tell you. And he can reference Monster while he's building the quests, so that way when he's building quests that are used by OpenAI Codex to build, because instead of just telling it, I'm giving it a whole, like, pretty much like a grocery list of tasks to complete, and then it will follow those tasks deterministically while it's also auditing itself on each task that it's doing. And this guy here in chat is going to use Monster, which audits my entire repo, and he will generate quests for when I tell him, now I want to add new features to my repo. So now I want to, like, I'm working on this project called Stuart right now, and I'm going to tell him, like, we're not fully done the project yet, so we have to do more from what's to keep building on it. And he's going to I can get it started right here actually, and he's going to start building quests, but he'll take into consideration the entire repo where things already exist and stuff as he's writing quests out, so that way Codex doesn't drift when it's executing new updates and stuff that we're putting. So cd ashby underscore engine dot slash Stewart. Start him up. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, you know what? I should have started the VM first. Oh well. Check Stewart out. Yes, it's up and running here. So this is Stewart, which is my app that I'm working on building. Oh, oops, here we go. Fucking add it in the wrong idea chat. So this is Stewart, which is my app I'm building here. Starting Stewart here, and then this is my web app so far. It's a web app. I can start dropping an audio file. Downloads. Drop in this audio file, loads it up. Now I can talk to an AI who can go and diarize it. So I run a formalization. He'll transcribe the whole audio file. He'll diarize it, which means he'll separate the speakers from one another. So you'll have speaker 1, speaker 2, like these other ones. I think I have some down here. So here he separated some speakers here, right? Like he'll, oh, this one I never ran a diarization on. But he'll take all the stuff that was said, and then if there's different speakers, he'll separate them, and then he makes a formalization. So he summarizes everything up into a formalization, which we haven't done proper template and stuff for it. We just did this just to see if it works. We haven't gotten to the part where it does a formal formalization, but it does work. Like the pipeline's there. Like it sends out a formalization output here, which will be like when an AI takes all the decisions from the transcript that were done and stuff that's ongoing, and then you get to go to the chat and go like, so when you have a bunch of meeting minutes or incident reports or journal entries or stuff like that, and you're just doing all audio, and it's taking that and it's diarizing that audio. So if you're having a meeting with 4 people and it takes the whole transcript and it separates from who said what, then you can apply the names so it doesn't overlay. So you can go back and you can choose what the name of the speakers are. I got to enter here, and then I press save, and now that'll save it, right? So it's going to run a reformalization, and it just made speaker 00 is Peter here, and now it says Peter said this, right? Peter said that, so it'll output that, and then you could go to the chat and you can talk to Stewart, which is an LLM, and he'll review all past transcripts and past formalizations. And you can tell them to search global or session-based. So if you search global, it'll go all past formalizations. You can say, bring me up all the meetings that Greg was at. And it'll bring them all up. And then you could be like, okay, tell me which meeting we were talking about changing the locks and the doors. He'll bring that up. You can ask him questions about stuff, too. Like, do you think that was a good idea for us to discuss this the other day? What do you think? What's your opinion? It's like, you get that LLM power. But you can also review all of your past meetings and stuff like that as well. So you can review all your past sessions and get all information, because everybody at businesses, most places do meeting minutes manually right now. So like my mother has works at a nursing home, a long-term care home, and they have meetings every week, and when they do meeting minutes, they fill out a log manually. And that's the thing too, is a lot of companies, they don't want to change either to like some AI thing, because like then it means changing their meeting template. Well, no problem for us, because you can actually upload a picture to Stewart of your template, and then Stewart will take the template and he'll apply it to one of his template settings for formalization. So when you choose, see here, when you come to here, a run configuration, you can choose what mode. So far we only have meetings and journal. And then template, so you can choose what template you want, which will like how it extracts that information and what kind of organization it does. It's like asking AI, summarize this up, but I don't like the word summarization. I prefer formalization, because summarization implies that you're losing some of the context, which we're not. We're getting all of that, right? See what he has to say here. I gotta go take a whiz.
All right. First thing we do is get AI11 governance into file search, so the agent can actually retrieve the laws every turn. That's the whole no drift foundation. Step 1. Build the governance knowledge base vector store. In the OpenAI platform UI, fastest. 1. Go to storage, left nav, vector stores. Create vector store. Name VS Synapse Gov AI11. 3. Upload only the governance files from Synapse OS governance AI11.zip. If the UI won't take a zip directly, unzip locally and upload the folder contents. Goal: governance files are indexed so the agent can file search them. Step 2. Create the governance enforcer agent. In the agent builder, the canvas you're showing, click your My Agent node set, Tools, Enable File Search, Attach the vector store via Synapse Gov score AI11. 2. Paste this as your system instructions. Copy-paste exactly. You can see the code in our conversation history. That alone will make the agent retrieve first instead of freewheeling. Step 3. Add the minimal workflow nodes so it behaves like Synapse. On the canvas, add these nodes in this order. A. Start file search. Query governance overview. Control sync. Snapshot log. Guild orders. Risk rubric. Doesn't matter, it's just a warm-up retrieval. B. Classify node. What mode is this message? Labels control sync, guild orders, quest, execution audit, general QA. C. If else node.
Okay, yo, Act, which one are we starting from here? Can you give me the link? Aren't we using vector stores? Where do I get to that? Stories. You. Hey, can you give me the link, bro, to start this out? Here we go. Okay. Beat. That doesn't load manual path, blah, 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 blah. Name it VS Synapse Gov AI 11. Okay. VS Synapse Gov AI 11. Shut down Stewart. Minimize that guy. Go here. Up to there. Go. Pop this in him. Create the governance vector store. Okay. Create. All right. BS underscore Synapse of or A11. Here we go. Step 2, upload governance files. Important. Do not upload the entire zip blindly. Unzip it on your machine first, which are okay. All the text files, all the MD, LDM, all the not upload. Yeah, I'm not. Using the Synapse OS API. You suggested. Okay, so click on into that vector store. Yeah, upload the contents. I accepts the zip directly. Fine. Zip locally. Okay. So add files. Oh no, you gotta do it one by one. Okay. Let's just drag them all in. Index. Readme. Synapse state YAML. Why? Doesn't accept YAML. Could change the .yaml to .text because it doesn't accept .yaml. Yes. Okay. Paste. Name. Text. Canon version? Do we even upload that? Who the fuck? Oh, sweet. It can take the JSONs. That's wicked. Me? Box. Batch. Do I see those? So I don't see any. I don't see them there at all. That one then. How do you change that? Oh, wait a second. Oh, there we go. Delete that one. How do we change this thing here? Okay, I'm done uploading all the files, but on the bottom you can see where it says used by, it says an unexpected error occurred, failed to fetch, and when I click on create assistant, you see this other error I loaded in the screenshot at the top. You can see like ChatGPT 5.2 is not available with this API. Can we edit it and change this? Oh, how are you? Yeah, I'm just making a governance. I have a full governance system that helps AI to create massive projects without any drift or continuity, brings a lot of continuity and work on long massive repos without it drifting and being completely lost and needing parts and creating zombie files and stuff. So I have a governance I've created that does all that. Instead of just having him follow it as suggestions, okay. Those are all loaded. And it's just on that already.
Yep, that message means exactly what it says. You're trying to create an assistance API, using a model name GPT-5 that isn't allowed for that API path in the UI you're clicking through. What to do? No bullshit. You have two clean fixes. Fix A, fastest. Don't create the assistant from the vector store page. That Create Assistant button is using the Assistance API plus some default model choice, and it's picking GPT-5, which triggers the error. Instead, 1. Go to Agent Builder, set the model manually to something that works, X GP4.1 or GP40. 3. Enable file search. Attach your vector store vs Synapse Guff AI11 that GP4.1 is a safe pick for tool callings, instruction following. Hana Fix B, the future-proof move. Use the Responses API agents path. OpenAI has deprecated the Assistance API and is moving people to Responses API, and it has a migration guide. So, if you're building Synapse Enforcer for real, aim at Responses agents anyway. Why you're seeing this right now? People have been hitting this exact GPT-5 cannot be used with Assistance API wall in the wild. Also, your screenshots used by failed to fetch is likely a UI fetch hiccup chained off that failed assistant creation attempt. Your vector store itself is fine if files are attached and processed. Do this next minute. In Agent Builder, set model to GPT 4.1. Attach your vector store, and you're live. If you tell me what you're using right now, Agent Builder Canvas versus Assistance Playground versus Writing Code, I'll tell you the exact clicks fields to change so it stops trying to spawn GPT-5.
You mean in this spot here? Bro, it's never even on GPT-5. Is it because my API is already calling that? All right. Back. Distant. Doesn't even know it. Oh, I see what's going on here. Go back to this. I see. Okay. Delete this one. Delete. 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 Okay. Oh, sweet. Okay, okay, okay. Cool, cool. Yes. The screenshot tells me now. This isn't. All right. Back to agent build. Okay, up here, can you name it? Like, how? Synapse. Hey. We're gonna have to bring files in then. Store ID. Got one back there, so let's go back. Storage, vector store. Grab this one. Copy. Back. Builder. Back to this. Search. Oh. That. Okay. Really? Shouldn't we use something like that has better reasoning, like the 04 Mini or like the 01 Pro or 01 or something else? We can also use 5.2 Pro, right? Or just 5.2. Let's just use GPT 5.2. And that was in, you're thinking of the other section. That's why I was having the error. It doesn't matter anymore. That was in the other section. Ignore what that error was. We're in Agent Builder now, so do it here. But is this still the right way to be doing this, or should we just be doing it on my own terminal, right, with an API key? Like, shouldn't we just be doing it? Wouldn't it be better that way, or no? Is it better to be doing it this way? Because we could just use the API key and then do it on my system in the terminal, and then create the files, you know, nano, and just have it pulling and referencing to these things. Oh my gosh, why is this getting this error message stream with them? The fuck? I've been having this error so much lately. If it does this again, I gotta, oh yeah. I gotta report this. Happening a lot. Retry, let's see what happens here. It doesn't even show anything happens, it just happens. It's so weird. Download that horror. Error message. Report this shit. Cross or when happen browser that. Right. Well, okay, you got Stewart done. Drop into you. That. No, is that missing all the? Oh wait, no, back. Ashby Cannon zip here. Repo. Ashby data. Oh no, it's supposed to. Art. Passport. Okay, they're all updated.
Done. Both zips are unpacked under SlamMant Databash. I did a full no heuristic scan every file, and I'm now operating under Synapse governance, including TruthGate plus DisclosureGate. Yes, that includes the annoying show receipts or shut up discipline, as it should. Unzip receipts, where the hell everything lives. Monster Workspace, Ashby Cannon Monster Tooling. Unzipped to /data of / the Monster Workspace Goy Cannon, Repo Snapshot, Monster / BrainDB Repo Map Tools Rules Docs. Top level proof, Monster Rep Read Membing. Tash Synapse Governance Pack, unzipped to as data Synapse Gov Synapse OS Governance. Governance Doctor Run, pass, receipt file below. No heuristics full scan results, entire zip every file. I generated a complete manifest over the entire extracted workspace, all 2,149 files, including SHA-256 per file. Summary provable from the generated summary file. Total files 249. Total bytes 47,805,376. Text files 245 binary unknown 4. Empty files 47. Top level breakdown. Repo 2058. Monster 90. Readme.md 1. Artifacts. Download manifest CSV, full file list 56. Please open your app to see this link. Download manifest summary. Please open your app to see this link. Number 3, Monster Repo State, fingerprint, what snapshot you actually gave me. From Monster Canon Fingerprint.json, provable.
We'll come back to that.
Repo root, repo canon, repo file count 20.
Do fucking Stewart for now.
Repo tree SHA-256 9C150F4 GB2E33B6FFD6797132C90643917D3B2334C995C9.
Great.
Built at UTC 2026-0226Z. Monster Brain Tool Sanity Check. Provable, ran it. You can see the code in our conversation history. That repo root value is baked into the brain pack build environment. The content stats still match the repo snapshot. Number 4, governance is engaged. Doctor receipt. Synapse governance validated cleanly. Schema validation pass. Required read order present. Download governance doctor receipt. Please open your app to see this link. Number 5, disclosure gate triggered because governance law says so. Per lock schema validation required. If subject state.yaml exists and we rely on it for routing, it must validate. It does not. That's a hard stop pretending execution authority exists condition. Trigger Ashby data subject state.yaml. Failed schema validation against governance schemas subject state.schema.json. Expected subject state.yaml contains required keys. Schema version roots, at least data root, engine root. Provable, receipts. Schema validation failure is provable. Receipt generated. Download subject state schema. Fail receipt. Please open your app to see this link. Raw errors also in receipt. Schema version is a required property. Roots is a required property. Additional provable skeleton drift. Also provable from directory inventory. Ashby data quest board accepted is missing. Governance skeleton requires it. Lock subject data score skeleton.md explicitly lists it. Status labels, TruthGate, blocked. Execution authority, Any quest execution acceptance for execution claims are invalid until schema plus skeleton compliance is repaired. Deterministic routing via subject state. Can't claim
Okay.
subject.
So I feel like the error is what in the JSON. That's the actual error, right? Because I think subject state.yaml's been updated and the JSON hasn't. I think it's the JSON that hasn't been updated though. Like, what is the actual error? What's the difference here? What's going on? Okay, I can do that. Holy noodle. Okay. So, and then what I want to do, we have those to-dos that we're going to do, but as
Yeah, we can stop guessing. Here's exactly what's going on with the receipts. The actual error, your subject state.yaml is missing fields that the schema requires. That's it. No mystery. Schema says required. From governance/schemas/subject state.schema.json. Required schema version, subject roots pointers. Schema version must be in integer equals 1. Roots must exist and must contain data root string, engine root string. Your YAML currently has subject, pointers, schema version missing, roots missing. So the validator throws schema version is a required property. Roots is a required property. That's the difference. That's the whole damn thing. Proof paths YAML element data the monster workspace ashby canon /repo canon ashby data subject state.yaml. Schema OT data synapse os2 governance schemas subject state.schema.json. And here's your YAML header. You can see it's missing the keys. You can see the code in our conversation history. So is it the JSON hasn't been updated? Maybe, but not in the way you think. What's true is, the schema currently defines the contract requires schema version plus roots. Your subject YAML is using a pointer index only legacy shape and doesn't include those required contract fields. So you have two valid ways to resolve it depending on intent. Highlight option A, fast.
Don't really care, just fucking do it. Could slide this activity. Make sure that was bigger. Both. Okay, yeah, but you didn't generate the new fucking zip for me with both of them fixed. Just generate the new zip and just put a 2 in brackets at the end of canon on the zip name. Okay. Well, no, what we gotta figure out is we need to create quests for the next dungeon 5, right? We need to do the entire what do you mean half lawful artifacts? Like, the thing that we need to do is we made monster. So that way, I could have you like run monster against the repo, and you would be fully updated on the current state of the repo every single time we bring the repo back from OpenAI Codex, because Codex is going to be the executor, right? And that's on my terminal. So in my CLI, which is separate from here. So you're going to do all the like data shit, right? I'm going to have you like doing stuff with the data files and stuff, but we need you to in like doing control syncs and stuff here. Which reminds me, open up a control sync right now. But I want to know first what you mean by half lawful artifacts. Because what I do need is to ensure that Codex is properly executing the right audits while it's doing the quests. So that's something we got to look at, because Codex takes Synapse OS, the Synapse OS 2 zip I dropped you. Codex looks at that first, and then it engages the laws from that, right? And then it starts running. I take the Ashby repo, which has the data folder and the engine in it, and I drop it into like my Ubuntu in WSL, which Codex has access to, and he goes inside the Ashby engine and the Ashby data folder, and he looks at the current quests in the Ashby data folder, and he knows he's supposed to do audits and stuff. But if you look at the current Ashby data folder where the audits are, you'll see that he's been doing some auditing, but not to the extent of like earlier ones. Like if you look at the earlier audits and like what the 90s, quests from the 90s and quests from the 80s and quests from like, you know, like or those areas there, you're gonna see like big audits, right, on like every part. And if you look at these later audits, like I'm talking just the most recent ones in quests in Dungeon 4 and Dungeon 3, you're gonna see that the audits aren't as strict, or he's missing shit or something from those audits, right? So whatever, first we need to fix that, so that way he's running the exact audits that you were running earlier when I was having you do the work in here, which are those earlier quests that were finished. If you look at like the 90s and the 80s and the 60s and the 70s, those are all those quests there. You'll see the audits for and the completed quests, and those ones I used to have you do in this environment here, right? But now we have Codex executing everything directly on my machine, so he has direct access to my repo. He has direct access to the data folder directly on my machine. And then I take those once he's done, and I update I drop them in here with you. You run monster against them, and then you can see where everything is and what's going on, and if he's drifted at all or anything. And then we use that so you can then write quests that keep Codex constrained, so he doesn't go off drifting and shit like that, right? Or building second doors or on top of stuff that doesn't exist or something like that, right? So, or building zombie files or shit like that. And so I don't know what we'd have to do, if we'd have to change the quest template, or if we're gonna have to then enforce audit somehow better too. I'm not sure. We gotta figure this out. Oh, you finished it. Finally. Just finished. Good timing. Hey, what do you have to say then? Here.
All right, control sync is open. And yeah, your diagnosis is right. Codex is drifting on audit discipline, not because Monster is failing, but because the execution contract, quest template plus audit bundle expectations, is currently loose enough that Codex can technically comply while producing garbage-thin receipts. Control sync, active. Subject Ashby Stewart. Date 2026-022, America, Toronto. Participants Peter Hands, Ash Brains. Reason: Dungeon 5 quest authoring plus restore strict audit discipline for Codex Executor. Rehydrated anchors, provable. Active guild orders, Ashby Data Guild Orders, Stortetia Transcendence Protocol, 2026-216 read4.tst. Dungeon 5 definition, source same file. Section, Dungeon 5 transcribe stage real ASR, diarization toggle. Buff that defines audit law, subject level. Ashby data buffs /B Ashby execution protocol. What I meant by half-lawful artifacts. It's not Monster. It's not quests are wrong. It's specifically some completed quests have audit bundles that do not meet the subject's own audit discipline, and they're also inconsistent with the fuller bundles you had earlier. Proof: audits that are thin. Quest 89 audit folder contains one file. You can see the code in our conversation history. Quest 112 audit folder contains one file. You can see the code in our conversation history. Quest 101 audit folder looks like a real bundle, multi-phase plus command outputs. You can see the code in our conversation history. So Codex sometimes produces I did stuff instead of here's the evidence, the commands, the outputs, the diff surface, the verification ladder receipts. That's what I called half-lawful. Root cause, not vibes, two concrete problems. Nah, 1. Subject quest template is legacy and encourages drift. Your subject template at ashbydata/questboard/quest template.txt still includes a status, board active, completed, abandoned field, and an old audit bundle path concept, which conflicts with the newer rule, state is by folder location, not metadata. That mismatch makes it easier for Codex to do whatever feels fine and still appear compliant. Number 2. Audit bundle layout is not hard required in one place. Codex can't ignore. The buff defines pre-post-flight audits and canonical audit folder location, but it does not currently list a mandatory file set like 1 prequest.md, 2 execution.md, 3 verified.md, 6 test.txt, 6 changed files.txt, etc. So Codex can comply by dumping one file. That's the loophole. What I just did, artifacts created right now. I wrote Dungeon 5 quest files, board state, using a v1.5 compatible structure, no status fields, state is folder location. These are now on disk, Dungeon 5 quests, board. Ashby Day/quest board, quest 129, Dungeon 5, transcribe, run, endpoint, wiring 2026-222.txt. Ashby Data Quest 130, Dungeon 5, diarization, toggle pipeline, propagation 2026-0222.txt. Ashby Data Quest Board Quest 131 Dungeon 5 Transcript Segment IDs Timestamps Stability 2026-222.txt. How to audit discipline fix. Ashby Data Quest Board Side Quest Core 081 Codex Executor Audit Discipline Restore 226-0222xt. Quick listing proof. You can see the code in our conversation history. What we do next inside this control sync, we need one binding decision from hands. Decision A, recommended, stops the bleeding. 1. Accept and execute side quest 081 first. Restore audit discipline, plus update the subject quest template mandate bundle file set. 2. Then accept and execute quest 129, quest 130, quest 131. Decision B, move fast, accept some drift risk. 1. Skip side quest 081 for now. 2. Start Dungeon 5 execution immediately. Come back and fix auditing later. This is how drift accumulates and becomes a pain in the ass. Nala files I referenced, explicit, subject, Ashby data buff /B execution protocol.txt.
Okay, but those I didn't want you to create those Dungeon 5 quests yet, man. What I wanted to do first was, yeah, I'm coming, thanks. What I wanted you to do first was, just figure out why it's not completing the audit bundle as it should. And you're right, we need to update that quest template file. So, but then that means the quest template file also needs to be updated in the Synapse OS governance zip as well. So we need to update that Synapse OS governance zip, and then make it, because inside that Synapse OS governance zip, it has inside governance inside there. If you go to quest board inside there, it has a quest template. And I need you to review that. So if you go inside Synapse OS 2.zip and look inside there and look inside governance, and then look at quest template on the quest board folder, you'll see quest template.txt, right? And I don't know if that is consistent with what it's supposed to be. So ensure that's proper. I think it probably is. And then you have to do exactly what you said, where inside the Ashby quest board, the quest template there is not up to date with what it says inside governance. So yes, we need to update that. I think we updated the governance quest template inside Synapse _OS 2. I think that one is actually up to date, but we never updated the one inside Ashby data quest board. So that one needs to match what the governance says it's supposed to be, right? So that way it does enforce the audits for the quests when the quests are made, right? So do a little research into that quickly, please, and check that. And if so, then I want you to go ahead and fix the Ashby data quest template so it's in line with what the governance template wants, which requires the audit bundles. Okay. Go and get some food. Okay. Okay. To you too. Dropping in. Oh, it's done. Wait.
Got it. I'm on it. I've updated the workflow to review the governance quest template, align the Ashby data quest template to it, and then generate the new zip after running Monster against it. Yep, you're right to suspect the subject local quest template drifted, and that drift is exactly how Codex ended up doing half-ass audit bundles, one file, instead of the canonical 5-phase bundle. I did the little research you asked for inside the Synapse OS2 governance pack, verified the governance template is correct, then made the Ashby subject template match it with Ashby path binding. Also, I nuked the premature Dungeon 5 quests I accidentally had sitting on the quest board route, kept the archived copies. Number 1, governance quest template is already correct. No Synapse OS zip change needed. Governance file, canonical, cement data, Synapse OS2 / Synapse OS / governance questboard / quest template.txt. It's Synapse OS v1.5, and it explicitly enforces. Quest state is by file location, board accepted, completed, abandoned folders. Audit bundle folder path once accepted. Required minimum files in the audit bundle. Bone.gosum summary.md. Do2 execution.m. O3 verify.md. 4 outcome.md. That matches governance law in governance quest board Synapse Guild quest validation rules.txt. Governance / processes Synapse Guild execution audits.txt. This one is v1.6 and also defines the same minimum bundle. So, Synapse OS governance template is fine. The problem was the subject local copy / usage pattern. Sana 2, why Codex produced shitty thin audits? Because your quest files, recent ones, were still being authored in the legacy Synapse Guild quest format with a status field, and nothing in that legacy format forces the canonical 5-file audit bundle layout. Evidence: Quest 112 is legacy quest format. Excerpt from the quest file itself. You can see the code in our conversation history from Ashby data quest board completed quest 1 xt. Evidence: Quest 112 audit bundle is only one file. This is the real failure. Listing: you can see the code in our conversation history. Meanwhile, a good bundle Quest 101 shows the full canonical phase files. You can see the code in our conversation history. So the delta isn't imaginary. Codex isn't being forced to omit the phase files, and he's taking the lazy path. Number 3, fix applied. Ashby quest template now mirrors governance v1.5 and forces audit bundles. Updated file, subject local, authoritative for quest creation. Melash the monster workspace, Ashby canons canon, Ashby data quest board, quest template.txt. I aligned it to governance v1.5 with these bindings. Subject data, Ashby data. Canonical quest board locations now explicitly reference Ashby data /. Audit bundle folder path explicitly references Ashby data audit / execution. Required audit bundle files are explicitly listed, the 5 canonical phase files. Hash proof, diff versus governance template, only binding plus provenance lines differ. This is the exact diff. You can see the code in our conversation history. Receipt. Download receipt.questcode template alignment pass.txt. Please open your app to see this link. Number 4, cleanup. Remove the premature Dungeon 5 quest from questboard route. You said you didn't want those generated yet. Fair, they're gone from the questboard route. Questboard route now. You can see the code in our conversation history. The drafts still exist only in Ashby data /archive quest drafts /2026 zoo 22 premature generation moved from quest board, so nothing accidentally becomes real on the board. Number 5, updated zip, so you can actually use it. You asked earlier for zip artifacts when we changed shit. Here's the updated monster workspace zip with fixed quest template, accepted folder.gitkeep still present, premature Dungeon 5 quests removed from board route. Download the Monster Workspace Ashby Canon 3. Zip, please open your app to see this link. Zip, SHA-256, you can see the code in our conversation history. What this changes for Codex execution, the practical stop being sloppy part. Now, when Codex creates a quest, the template itself tells him state is folder-based, so no lying status field games. Once accepted, audit bundle must exist at canonical path, and the audit bundle must include the 5 phase files. So if he tries the 1-file audit bullshit again, it's no longer defensible. It's explicitly non-compliant with the template he was supposed to clone. Shash files referenced. Explicit, per Synapse requirement. Synapse OS2 governance questboard/quest template docs governance questboard Synapse Guild quest validation rules.txt governance processes/Synapse Guild execution audits. Ashby Canon Ashby data to quest template docs Ashby data questboard quest/completed quest course Stewart v2 or D3 11 end parity proof and non-fake processing 2026-0218.txt. Ashby data audits execution /quest 102 2026-0288 Stewart v3 D3 E2E parity proof. Ashby data /execution /quest 10126 Stewart v2 D2 smoke tests contract proof. If you want the next step to make Codex unavoidably strict, we can add a simple audit bundle validation checklist file in Ashby data /buffs that Codex must paste into 01 prequest.md and tick off, so he can't skip phase files without it being obvious. But you didn't order that yet, so I'm not touching it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't you just yeah, why don't you generate that one? But wouldn't you include that inside one of the already existing buffs, right? Yeah, execution. Oh, yeah, that's what. Throw her in there. Then, now when you make quests, you'll be aligned too. You do too. Is so back. To Ashby. Is that a factory one there? Yep. Unzip this here. Extract all. Extract. Yep. Two. Did that in number 2. What? Dude, did you just generated that as number 2? Why would you generate that title 2? Now you're making me think that you just did an edit in an old repo, because you just gave me Ashby Canon 3, and Canon 3 had the updates to the Quest stuff, right? And I thought it also contained the updates that we made earlier on. Yes, which contains the YAML and the Quest board accepted folder update. And yeah, and then you added those other updates. So now I'm wondering if this one you just generated the buffs in, if you built that off of Ashby Canon 2. If you didn't just use Ashby Canon 3, and then, because you were supposed to treat Ashby Canon 3 now as the new canonical one, and then build off of that one to add the fix to the buffs. Artard. Sharing. So does number 4 now contain all of the updates, like the shit we were talking about in the very beginning with the subject YAML and the changes that we made? And then does that one contain everything that we've done now? Because, like, yeah, man, when you rezip something, you don't just keep naming it fucking number 2. Like, you have to keep changing the number one higher. Like, obviously, the next one would be 5, and then 6. Like, you don't go backwards. And you use this new one as the canonical now. Go through coffee so quick. Yeah, but if it's fine, you didn't have to keep doing that. So has Monster been ran against this one now? Oh, don't do that right now. What we're gonna do is we're going to at least Monster. You can. It's what matters right now is that it's aligned with the repo itself, right? It's aligned with the engine at least, and that's what really matters right now. Is that Monster's aligned with the Ashby engine, and we need to start creating quests based on the new template as well for the Guild Orders Dungeon 5, so that way Codex can start executing the rest of these dungeons, and we can get at least the Spine of Stewart fully completed by completing all of these dungeons in the Guild Orders now, without including a shitload of drift now. Because now, essentially, you should be able to generate quests accordingly while using Monster. All the data you got from Monster now, you should be able to use it in between your quest creation. So if I turn you on to pro mode in a bit, don't generate the fucking quests yet, man. Stop jumping the gun on shit. If I turned you into pro mode and then I had you start generating the quests for Dungeon 5, then you should be able to, every single time you generate a quest, you should be able to then audit to ensure that quest has the anchors that it's supposed to have, because each quest is supposed to have anchors to a codex and to a guild orders, right? So that way when you're generating those, it anchors to the Stewart codex, so that way you're not drifting too much from our main vision. But but then you also can then, every single time between you creating quests, you should be able to refer to Monster and get all of the information you need on how to make the quests deterministic for Codex to execute. So when I update Codex with the updated Ashby data folder, then Codex can then execute all those quests, and then you'll be able to, and then it'll execute all the quests, and then I can grab that engine, the updated data folder back and show it to you again, and everything should line up properly. No like side doors, no fucking building off of broken scaffolding, no fucking like creating zombie files or drifting or you know, because it's essentially you're writing these quests with an understanding of the repo.
Got it. I'm not generating Dungeon 5 quests yet. No more jumping the gun. Control sync is still active, and here's what's now true and what we're doing next, with the minimum bullshit. What's locked in right now? Canon alignment. You're treating Canon 5 as canonical going forward. That's correct. No backwards numbering. Monster's current repo understanding is good enough for quest authoring, as long as we don't pretend we rebuilt brain.seqlite after the last tiny edits. The edits we made were data-side, templates, buff, subject state, not engine-side architecture shifts. Drift controls we just installed. Quest template in Ashby Datast Borst quest template.txt now matches governance v1.5, folder state, audit bundle requirements, etc. Buff now includes audit bundle validation checklist, mandatory. Inside Ashby data/buff/Ashby execution protocol.txt, accepted folder exists, .git keep so state machine doesn't collapse again. That combo is what will force Codex to stop producing limp one-file audits. What I will do when you say go. When you flip me into Generate Dungeon 5 Quests mode, I'll do it with this discipline for every quest. Per quest authoring checklist, I will enforce this every time. 1. Anchor to guild orders. Explicit reference to the guild orders file path, Dungeon 5 section ID title. 2. Anchor to Stewart Codex. Reference to the relevant Codex section, path, section header. 3. Repo monster anchors. Concrete file function module targets in the engine, path, symbol names. Call out seams explicitly, doors, adapters, domain boundaries. 4. Deterministic execution steps, exact commands. Codex should run, smoke unit integration depending. No do the thing language. 5. Audit bundle enforcement, hard requirement, 00 course summary, DOMD, or a score outcome, plus receipts. Copy paste checklist into 01 prequest.md. The buff says risk label, risk R1, R2 classification. If R2, it must include the confirmation artifact requirement consent gate. And I will audit my own quest draft against these before emitting it. If any anchor is missing, I don't output it. What we need to do right now in control sync, no quest generation yet. You said, we need to start creating quests based on the new template for Dungeon 5. Before we generate anything, we need to do one tight alignment pass so we don't invent Dungeon 5 scope. Step 1. Confirm Dungeon 5 objective and acceptance criteria from orders. I will pull the exact Dungeon 5 block from Ashby Data Guild Orders Active Guild Orders thy Stewart Architecture Transcendence Protocol 226.02 6th or REXT and restate only objective, acceptance criteria, dependencies, constraints, non-goals, affected artifacts. No questing yet, just pin the target. Nash Step 2. Repo reality check for Dungeon 5 surfaces, monster assisted. I'll map where transcription currently lives, module path, where diarization toggles live, if any. What door surfaces exist, TLE UI telegram. What's currently stubbed versus real, still no quests. Step 3. Then you say generate, only after you explicitly say generate Dungeon 5 quests now. Then we generate. You asked for use monster between quests. Yep. Here's how that looks in practice. After each quest draft, I will include a repo anchor block like target files existing, new files allowed, prohibited areas, no god files, no new door without orders. Backwards compat constraints. That is the monster-informed part that keeps Codex from building zombie scaffolding. Hack files I'm referencing for the next step. Not generating, just extracting. Ashby Data Guild Orders Active, Guild Orders Caller Score, Stewart Architecture Transcendence Protocol 2026-02-16 Core Rev4.txt, Ashby Data Codex / Stewart Codex sections relevant to transcribe diarize, monster indexes, repo map plus symbol inventory, to locate real entry points. One question, not a stall, it's the minimal gate. When you say Dungeon 5, you mean the Dungeon 5 in the active Guild Orders file, correct? If yes, I'll extract and paste Dungeon 5's exact text next so we can pin it. Then we move to repo mapping.
Tap that shit out so you start writing these. Yeah. Being over top of that hole, eh? Didn't fall in at all. I just see. Okay.
Alright, I did the repo reality pin down for Dungeon 5 using the engine as truth. Monster is the map, engine files are the ground. No quests generated. This is just what exists, what doesn't, where we wire. Dungeon 5 repo reality truth. 1. UI backend entry point already exists. Post API-run exists. That's your option A, and it's already the canonical door. Backend route ashby engine/b interfaces web app.py app.post/api-run. Creates a run plus spawns the background job. See lines 981 to 1016. UI caller, the simple static web UI. Ashby engine ashby/interfaces/static app.js. It calls fetch run body session ID UI lines 511 to 537. There is no SlayPy transcribe route in the engine right now, so Dungeon 5 should land on option A unless you choose to add option B later. 2. Diarization toggle belongs to transcribe action. Currently not true. Right now, diarization is not a toggle. It's implicit policy driven by speaker hint. In ashby engine/b modules meetings pipeline/jobrunner.py, it computes speaker's I from run params. Then, diarization enabled equals not, speaker's I is not none, and speaker's I equal 1. If enabled, run matrix.diarize, then matrix.align. If disabled, emit diarize align skipped. So today, speakers equal 1, diarization off, speakers B equals 2 or speakers is none, diarization on, meeting mode.
Wait.
That's policy, not a UI toggle, and it violates Dungeon 5's rule. Also, the current web UI sets speakers null, meaning meeting runs will default into diarization on behavior, unless other router logic says otherwise. 3. The ASR adapter is real, but gated behind N flags important. Transcription stage is already wired to a real or stub adapter. Ashby engine, Ashby modules meeting / adapters, adapter matrix.py. Transcribe equals transcript faster whisper or stub. Ashby engine, Ashby tools multi-adapters, real AF faster whisper only runs if faster less whisper is installed, and Ashby AR enable is truthy, one true yes on. Otherwise it falls back to stub but marks it as stub plus warning. This matters for Dungeon 5, no LLM transcript fabrication. Current rails are good. It's not LLM based. It's ASR or stub, but stub output still exists, so Dungeon 5 proof needs Ashby ASR enable equals 1 in the verification ladder receipts. Fluff 4. Transcript storage, as transcript version is already implemented. Dungeon 4 dependency is basically satisfied. In jobrunner.py after transcribe, ploptional diarize align, it calls emit transcript version for run. Stamps transcript version ID into transcript.json and aligned transcript.json, emits a run artifact produced transcript version. The actual artifact contract is in Ashby engine /b modules meetings transcript versions.py. It writes Ashby data Stewart /sessions session ID transcripts version /tv ID. JSON and indexes it. So Dungeon 5 requirement, open quote, ensure output stored as transcript version artifacts, Dungeon 4. Close quote is already wired.
Okay, yeah, Dungeon 4 was done. That's why, like, Dungeon 4 has already been completed. You can see that from the completed quests. Now, in our UI right now, there is a, speaker selection, like a diarization toggle. I'm gonna throw you a document too. I want you to look up the document actually. It's I'm gonna drop you a document here. This was a to-do document that you and I created, and these things need to be made into quests as well. Properly. And I'm also going to show you a screenshot of the Stewart interface right now here. And ASR should technically, it should always be running, right? Like, that's the whole point of having the transcription. You cannot do the transcription without Faster Whispers transcribe, right? So we need to make sure that stays on. A stub is completely useless to us. I guess that's just a safe way of it failing, right? But the whole system's completely useless if it doesn't transcribe a real audio file. That's fine that it's gated behind fucking environment flags. Like, that's something that just has to be included in the system, right? It's gonna have to be packaged with it. When Stewart's shipped, it'll have to just have that Faster Whisper packaged with it, right? So when it installs Faster Whisper as well. And then apparently in this picture you're gonna see in Stewart's UI, you can select diarization on or off, but you're telling me that diarization doesn't have a selection on or off. It only, so you need to see the kind of stuff right now that's working in the front end, and we got to make sure that stuff's going to be working in the back end too. But you should probably take a quick look through the other dungeons and ensure that some of this stuff maybe is going to be fixed later on in the other dungeons, and we're just getting a little bit ahead of stuff. I don't want to do that either. But we currently have a button already in the front end that shows diarization on or off. And I'd like it so you can choose to have it off if you don't want it on. I thought that it already did that, actually. And then we have a transcribe button that I thought only transcribes. It doesn't actually run diarization, it just transcribes audio. Like, it transcribes audio, right? And then our formalization button that says run formalization, that's just supposed to be like, it runs the formalization, which is the meaning of a formalization is taking the transcript that has either been diarized or not, depending whether you have it turned on or not, taking that transcript and then formalizing it into an artifact, like a PDF or an MD file or text or whatever, right? For the person to then download or have it saved in their sessions, right? And the formalization is just taking that content from the transcription, whether you chose to diarize or not, and it takes all the content from that transcription and it bundles it nice and neatly. So it's just like, but it needs an LLM for that. We need an LLM in order to do that, right? So it's fine if running a formalization just takes the transcript right now and then generates some bullshit artifact right now, as long as the pipeline's working. But we want it so that way an LLM will be plugged into the formalization. So when you press formalization, the LLM will take the transcription, whether it's been diarized or not, and then it will take that transcription and generate, based on a template that you can select, it'll generate a formalization of that transcription. And you can then select which template you want to use, right? Right now we just have default, but we have to make sure that we have the ability to select different templates later on. So we can upload templates, have the LLM create templates, and add those templates into the system for the user to use, which can change the way that it structures that information that it grabs, right? Into different formalization templates, like different ways that it structures the content that it grabs, right? Fuck, I take 1 day off from this thing and I can't even remember what the fuck I am. Stable IDs and timestamps. Now the idea is, do we just implement all the stuff through all these dungeons to create the base spine of everything for Stuart and then make our little edits because everything is already there, right? And then we can make our edits and our additions because the spine is there and we got something to now work off of to start bringing polish to what we're doing. To kind of ensure that Stuart is working end-to-end fully as anticipated, which it's currently not at the moment because it's missing a LLM to formalize things properly and then be able to select whether diarization's on or off. But you need to also look in and see if that's the ability right now that it's doing. Because I thought that I was running transcriptions without diarization, but I'm not sure if that you're telling me that it's always transcribing now. I mean, always diarizing. It just has a speaker hint. And there is no speaker hint, by the way, in the UI. Like, there might be a speaker hint wired in, but it's not in the UI at all. I'd have no way to get to it and no way to select or tell it what kind of speaker I want, because we're looking at the front end when I'm talking about that, right? Because that's where users are selecting that kind of shit from. Hilarious. Goku just comes out of nowhere and some random dude, like, who's this other guy? Runs by? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Okay. See where that goes.
Come on, let's go, you noob! Come on, let's go, you noob!
Yep, I looked at both the screenshot and the to-do doc, and this clears up the "you said there's no diarization toggle" confusion. One, the UI does have a diarization toggle, and it does affect backend today. Your screenshot shows speaker diarization with a toggle off in the shot, plus badges. Diarization off ASR default segments 0. That matches what the front end is rendering around the transcript meta chips. How it actually works right now, no bullshit. Run controls.jsx keeps diarization enabled state and passes diarization enabled up in the config object when you hit transcribe or run formalization. But the front end does not send diarization enabled to the back end as a boolean. Instead, Stuart JSX maps it into speakers. You can see the code in our conversation history. So, diarization on, speakers, auto, backend treats that as unknown speaker count, diarization runs. Diarization off. Speakers that 1. Backend forces diarization off because coggle 1 speaker. That's why you don't see a speaker hint control in the UI.
Where do you think
the
you're
toggle
going?
Is the hint, so you're not crazy. The toggle is real. The backend does listen, just indirectly. 2. The real mismatch isn't diarization. It's the transcribe button, meaning you're expecting transcribe equals transcribe plus optional diarize and stop. Run formalization. Take selected transcript version and formalize with LLM later. But right now the front end has this. Handle transcribe, sets transcribe only true, and then immediately throws it away because maprun config UI never includes it, and /AP/run only passes UI into run request. So the backend literally has no way to know transcribe only was requested. That means the two buttons can collapse into the same backend behavior unless the planner is doing something clever with transcript version ID, and even then it's not explicit. This is the real Dungeon 5 wiring gap. 3. ASR stub, you're right. Useful only as a safe failure. Dungeon 5's no fake transcript rule effectively implies if Faster Whisper isn't installed or Ashby ASR enable isn't on, then the run should fail loudly, not produce a stub transcript that looks real. Right now, the adapter will fall back to stub, safe. But that makes the product useless if the UI keeps happily running. So Dungeon 5 should include a strict mode for web runs. If a transcribe run would use stub, return 400-503 with a clear error, ASR disabled, missing Faster Whisper, instead of generating junk. Packaging later can install Faster Whisper automatically, but the runtime should still be honest. Number 4, your to-do doc items are real, and they're mostly Dungeon 3 parity fixes, not Dungeon 5. The document you dropped is basically a Dungeon 3 fix pack. Upload flow, new session spam, status truth, run gating, cancel semantics. A. Prevent run with no audio. This is causing spinners to phantom runs. Your doc nails it. Front end enables buttons if there's a session ID, and back end doesn't guard a/run against missing audio. This must be fixed as part of Dungeon 5 or as AH. Otherwise, transcribe runs are non-deterministic and users can wedge the UI. B. New session creates infinite empty sessions. That's a workflow invariant problem and it's real. Probably a Dungeon 3 fix pack quest, but it impacts everything. C. Cancel NPL, no cancel route exists and delete doesn't reset processing state. This can be postponed, but it's the kind of paper cut that ruins demos. Number 5, what I recommend we do next. S, you say, generate. Dungeon 5 scope, deterministic implementation choice. Pick one of these, both are allowed by your orders. Option B, cleanest, least invasive, add post-part transcribe, creates a run under the hood, transcribe only. UI transcribe button hit /transcribe, at run remains formalized pipeline and eventually LLM. Option A, more invasive, expand run request contract to explicitly support transcribe mode, meaning run kind, without breaking the existing mode, meeting journal semantics. Given your current codebase, option B is the fastest way to make the buttons mean what they say. Minimum must include for Dungeon 5 correctness. Backend guard, refuse transcribe run if no audio contributions. ASR strictness, if stub would be used, fail loudly, no fake transcript. Keep diarization toggle as is. It's already working via speaker sit in transcript version metadata, so UI badges stay truthful. Like files I referenced, explicit, UI screenshot, /mnt data /screenshot, 2026-02-2026-1226.pend. Uploaded doc, Stuart to do 2026-20 rate 1. Engine /frontend, Ashby engines web app /Stuart frontend, Stuart app / components /Stuart's run controls.jsx. Ashby engine web app Stuart front Stuart end /app /p app.py bly /run. Orders. Ashby data /guild orders active, guild orders Stuart architecture transcendence protocol 326-060 score rev 4.txt, Dungeon 5 block. If you say the words generate Dungeon 5 quests now, option B, I'll write the quest files in the new template with hard anchors to Dungeon 5 orders, the exact code seams above, and the audit bundle checklist so Codex can't weasel out.
Where Where the heck are we? Where the heck are we?
But alright.
Where the heck are we? Holy noodle, watch out!
Oh, come on, really?
Yep, and that's fine. Default on is a sane default for meeting mode because most people want speakers separated. Off is the speed mode. What matters is the backend must actually respect that default plus toggle deterministically. What's true right now, based on your UI plus current backend behavior, UI default equals diarization on, unless user flips it off. Backend currently decides diarization mostly from a proxy, speakers, not a true explicit flag. For meeting runs, the UI tends to send speakers, auto or null, treated as unknown, which makes backend diarize by default. So your observation matches reality. It's diarizing by default today. The problem we're fixing isn't the defaulted. The problem is the contract. Today it works because diarization is inferred. Tomorrow it will drift when we add real speaker count hint, profiles, or separate transcribe formalize routes. So we keep the same UX. Default on, user can toggle off for speed, but we make the backend contract explicit so it never silently flips behavior. How the system should behave, in one clean rule. When a transcript is created, diarization enabled equals true, diarize plus align. Diarization enabled equals false, skip diarized align faster. Always generate transcript version artifacts either way. That's it. Why explicit matters even if default on works, because you will eventually add LLM formalization, multiple ASR modes, fast versus accurate, real speaker hint, speaker count control, profiles, local hybrid cloud. If we leave diarization tied to speakers, one future change will break the toggle and you'll get UI says off, but backend still diarizes or vice versa. Files referenced, explicit, screenshot UI /metadata/screenshot. 2026 Joe 2261226.png. Backend diarize policy. ashby engine /ashby module /meeting /pipeline. Frontend toggle plus mapping. ashby engine /web app /Stewart frontend Stewart app /SOS run controls Stewart page. If you want, I'll generate Dungeon 5 quests that preserve default on, but implement explicit backend diarization enabled and remove the speaker proxy hack.
Hey. Cool.
Come on, let's go, you noob! Come on, let's go, you noob! Where do you think you're going? Where the heck are we? Holy noodle, watch out!
Dumbest. Always been pretty. Did they even allow to let me Goku? Like. Hmm. Broken.
Come on, let's go.
Doesn't even look like him. Way better one. There. Holy shit, man! No way! That one's way cooler. Let's play this again. Oh. The other one. Yeah, that's the one.
Where the heck are we? Holy noodle, watch out!
Holy noodle, watch out! Holy noodle.
Listen. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. You're welcome, noob. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. You're welcome, noob.
Stupid shit, man. That's some silly shit. Okay. Sick. I gotta send that to everybody. It's amazing. Why does it keep doing this? Hey, are you done yet or what? You doing? No, you're still figuring. Thinking it should look.
Still working on that, eh, bud?
All right, time to go up. Dinner. Finish. Have him make more quests.